There we go. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Cosmo. Good morning, Enrico. Good morning, Temporis. Cosmo wins. Yay, there you go. How you guys doing? What are you talking about? There we go. The microphone was on. OBS didn't recognize the device. But anyway, here we are. All good. All tickety-boo. Let's do that. And do need to work on the resolver though. Expressions. This is the one, right? Yes, there we are. All better now, right? I'm trying to decide whether I'm going to drink my delicious tea or my rancid coffee. We can have the coffee. It does start to smell better though. Could be all the chemicals in the room next door. Resize the terminal. Okay. Happy? Yes. It still sucks. Okay. So, what are we doing today? Well, first of all, your name will never be visible, Enrico Pa. But Papa, oh, quickly, we're gonna save the farm. Call the Enrico Pa immediately. Ooh, Enrico Pa and Enrico Ma. Anyway, only tragedy here is that you picked the name that was too long for your own good. But now that we can all willfully ignore Enrico Pa, let's talk about what's upcoming. I want to do another relay. And it will be an Anathema Alpha relay. So whoever's interested, please join. And I think the theme will be something game related, right? And I'm not going to start. Hello, Russ. How you doing? Right. So yes, I still haven't figured out what the issue was with Brooks code. So I'm going to try to find out what that was all about. Oh, it smells so strongly of citrus. And you know that smell is just covering probably some carcinogenic substances, whatever they are, like chemicals. The whole floor outside this room is just doused in chemicals again, right? But the nightmare is hopefully over. Everything's been fixed. I hope. And the other company, what a scam they were. What an absolute scam they were. We paid them slightly less than what we paid this company. They made the situation worse. Anyway, yes, fake citrus smells pretty poorly, right? But anyway, right. Yes, we're doing this. We're gonna do Anathema Alpha Jam if we can get enough people to join us. We do it as a relay. So whoever's streaming, right? If you guys watched the last relay, if you didn't, it works a bit like this. If you know what a relay is in sports, right? You run and then you throw a stick at a guy and then he sues you, right? So someone starts working on the code, commits the code when they end the stream, and then they raid the next person, and they will then check out the code and start building on it. And I think we'll do something like you get 20 minutes to figure out what the other person did. So the first person gets N hours to work on it. The next person gets 20 minutes plus N hours to work on it. So they got a chance to kind of just figure out what the person before them tried to do, right? Oh, I think it's you who might not know, Russ. You have to buy nachos today. It's nacho day. Very good, Bulov. I am going to have nachos today, which is unrelated because I'm guessing your nacho day is not the same as mine. The day of the Bulov, which is in December for me, which is when I get Bulov. Not from the king, though, or any prime minister or the likes, right? All right, you ilks. Let's see what we can do here then. Right, so anyway, so that's happening. Let me see, where's the YouTubes? Is that working? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. So we'll do another relay. I'll talk about this on Discord as well. I'm going to mention this throughout the day. Right now, I'm going to fix some tests to get them working. Then I am going to probably see if we can bake in a timer or something in this, right? So that will be fun. But yeah. Anyway, I've been mentioning the relay throughout the day. Anyone's interested, please let me know. Maybe we should have like a timer command for the bot. Yes. Should we go? Okay, let's fix the test before we do anything else, right? Okay, rain changes. There are no changes. Hello, Root. How you doing? Why did I think I could drain some changes when there aren't changes to drain? Ooh. Okay, so there are changes declared outside of the setup. Yeah, here we go. We got changes. It has to be empty. So what are you complaining about then? Oh, the function is not in scope. Oh, someone's been cleaning up the code. The diligence. Sterlet. Where's the sterlet then? And num. Comfortably or otherwise? Ident. I guess you can turn up to an index. Okay, if the test is passing, then I'm happy. If it's not, then everything as it should be. Accidental happiness. Okay. So that went well. Okay, finish this test. The test one should take a custom state. Right now it uses blah, and that's just annoying. In this case, the list is empty, but it exists. Okay, so changes are empty. With state. That's just going to be state.list.push A. And then we can just do this and beautify the world. Oh yes, there is a game doll. Yeah, hang on. Should we get a... First of all, I can't scroll the text in here. Maybe we should enable mouse for scrolling. Oh, shit, it does. Oh, but it doesn't scroll in the thing. Right. We'll do that too. But shut up. Wait, I'm sorry. Hang on, shut up. Set state. Set state. No. Ooh. You did this. Okay, why does this not work? Expression 477. Well, that should be as stir. And the stir should be A. Oh, it's working! It's working! Okay, do we have any tests that aren't working then? Okay. Don't do that. Right. Hello, YouTuber. I love you. Never leave me. Right. Let's do game doll. Classic game doll. Mario what? Which Mario is this then? Is this Mario Kart? It's not 8. Mario Kart 7? Mario Kart. World. Yeah. Right. I'm not doing the artwork. The artwork sucks. Expression 469. Okay. We're not using the change. So begun change. Okay. Value 390. Whoops. That doesn't need to be there. Testing 8. You don't need to be there. I couldn't figure out how that one was gonna work, but that's all right. It's working now, so we don't have to worry about it. We don't need list or map. Okay. And expression 502. So we should now have 0 warnings and all tests pass. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. YouTube, you left me, you shit. All right. 40 tests passing. Let's commit this now. Git add, git commit. -m, fixing failing tests and removing warnings. Okay, so I made a mistake, but I have notified the relevant parties of the mistake, and I will rectify the mistake when someone who knows Git turns up. Do not try to teach me Git in the chat. You will be disappointed and I will be frustrated. So what did I do? I took credit for Museum's work. Intentionally, yes, but then I was found out. No, not intentionally. And I notified him when I realized that I was looking at some code this morning thinking, I didn't write this, but it says that I did. And I realized what I had done when I took all the code from the other branch into the dev branch. I didn't do so through Git because I was never going to merge all those 6 million WIP changes. That was never going to be the case. But what I didn't count on was the fact that, of course, we lose the commit history when I do that. Right? So there we go, right? Now we are thinking about firing Temporis and Bananatron for terrible puns. Let's see what we're going to do. You should be, Skylar. You should be, right? Code theft. It's not even like code theft. It's just like credit theft. It's like proper C-level style. Like you just go and take credit for someone else's work, right? Have you guys ever wondered, those of you who worked as software developers, like when you hear management, especially useless management, talking about how they built something and you go, what the did you build? It's like when you're talking to your friends about, yeah, we're building a house right now. It says, no, you're standing around. You paid a bunch of dudes to build the house for you right now, but you have very little to do with the building of the house, right? You're just standing there, right? Aye. Anyway, so that was that one. Okay, let's look inside widgets. I think we have some warnings here. Yeah. So should we look at this one or not now? The widget position filter is never used for the position filter. And that to me seems a bit weird, doesn't it? Meeting time. Enjoy your meeting. Welcome back, YouTuber. Stay a while. Stay forever. Okay. What do we need? Oh, you know what we need. You know what we need. We need a bit of music. We need a bit of music. What should we do? I was listening to Breathing Thorns again, man. What a good song that is. All right. But we can't play that for you. You have to go and figure that one out yourself, right? But you can, if you want to, you can go if you want to listen along at home. You can put on Breathing Thorns by Soilwork. Very good music, good song. Enjoy the meeting, Temporis, if that's a possibility. Okay, so position. It might be a little bit much fixing that one right now. Let's look at the tests. Okay, we have some tests that doesn't need to be the way they are. How you doing, Modprog? Oh, Modprog, we're doing another relay now. We're doing another relay. So the relay will be Anathema Alpha Relay. And I think it's a theme. We just have game. So it could be just about anything, but we make it as kind of a in the game direction, right? I don't go first. And the first person gets n number of hours to work on it, and the subsequent people get 20 minutes plus n number of hours so they can catch up, right? And we do this as a stream relay. I haven't set a time, right? We all need to agree on a time and date. So we'll figure out. Can someone please ban the scammer who's trying to scam us with the scam words? Skylar, if you accidentally ban Enrico, I don't mind, right? There's no hard feelings. No. Anyway, but Axum is illegal here, right? No, but jokes aside. So yes, we're doing that. I will make some notes around the relay. As a matter of fact, why don't I make some notes right now? Let's do code relay, Anathema Alpha Relay, or maybe we should call it yet another Anathema Alpha Relay. So it'll be yar, but we can't do that until the second one. So notes around the thing, right? Streamers only. Since it's a Twitch relay, I know it's a little bit excluding, but there you go. Hey, YouTubers. So streamers, so we can keep the relay going. First party pants gets n hours. Subsequent participants gets 20 minutes plus n hours, 20 min to catch up, right? Oh yeah, the good point. No Axum. What else? Hello, Dayloop. Sparkly tomato. Oh man, that brings me back, man. That brings me back. Thank you for that, Dayloop. They feel like we've gone full circle now, right? So what else do we have? Okay. Anyone, what else do we have? Good music there, Enrico. Good music. Add a definition of stream, a person with a microphone. Okay, yes. So, okay. Code has to be streamed on Twitch. Does that make sense, or is that too? I mean, like, you can choose to fail to interpret that, but do you feel like that's perhaps clear enough? So we can it has to add some entertainment value, right? So I don't think anyone is going to want to watch someone. You don't need a camera, but you should at least have a microphone, right? Because there has to be some entertainment value in it, right? We're not streaming it for the sake of some kind of authenticity or some, proof that no one's cheating, right? It's being streamed because it's entertainment, right? There you go, Modprog. Should I just note that down for short? No, Modprog will mask his whole, something like that, right? All right, okay, what's going on here? Whoop. Okay. Do we have to say English? I mean, who does it? Does it have to be? Okay, maybe we need to have. Maybe we need to have some like requirements from participants. Stream on Twitch or YouTube. If you stream on YouTube only, we can't really do the raid thing, so that sucks a little bit. So I guess that would be a thing, right? Stream in English. No need for a camera, but mic required. Don't take this too seriously. All right. Hello, Privan. How you doing? No German for you, Privan. Might speak Australian. Otherwise, that was the worst Australian accent anyone has ever done. All right. 16,000 people in Australia are angry right now. For no reason whatsoever. The result of this jam will go on my portfolio. That's good. What, Privis? What? Okay, so we can keep adding to this thing throughout the day as well. I shall see. Hello, Yusuf. How you doing? Oh yeah, it's just I just got an email on my watch saying that I broke the build. Isn't that nice? Wait, what? Oh yeah. What is a relay? So in this case, it will be someone writes some code, and then instead of passing a baton, they will pass the code. So you write some code, you commit it to Git, and then you raid the next person in the relay, and they will be streaming, the raid will come to them, they will check out the code, try to figure out what's going on, and get on with it, right? And again, I will not be the first one this time. Yes. Okay, I don't know how to address that, so we're gonna ignore that. Where's my streamer mode? Chop, enable streamer mode is. Short introduction of about 15-20 minutes. Okay, what do you mean by that? Mod prog. Do a short introduction.
Hello, I am Togglebit here on Twitch, and I, for some reason, have adopted a terrible accent. I mostly stream programming and some Balatro. I have a bunny. I'm looking for someone who's interested in long walks on the beach, who likes music and bread.
Explain what we're doing. I'm not explaining anything to you. Okay, so when you say explain what we're doing, wouldn't that defeat the purpose of the relay? My natural accent. It has finally come to terms with me, the accent, that it shall be here now, and this is what we do for. All right. Anyway. What are we going to do with this thing? So awful debug is kind of useful, but we'll rename you. We can't rename you. We'll just call this thing debug to file. There we go. Ah, yes. Okay, cargo T. T. Where did that come from? No loops 84. And that's gonna be debug to file. Like so. Wipe to. We don't need that anymore. The pre-show of the relay. Okay, that's a good point. Let's do that. Okay. The first participant, actually, maybe participant should start by introducing the relay and what we are doing. Although since this is going to be based on a raid, I don't know. Maybe we go with first participant should start by introducing the relay. We need some kind of website for this thing. We don't need a website for this thing. We need some kind of web page for this thing that I will stick on blah 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 blah. Right. So let's go there. And let's find the relay. Did we have a relay from before? No. Then we'll add a new one. I'll add this to add page on for the relay. Actually, no. We need a GitHub repository. Add a GitHub repo for the relay. That's what we do, right? Yes, we'll do a GitHub page wiki instead. I am not in any pain lately. I'm actually very, very happy. My nose is in a bit of pain because of the smell of the fake lemon that are permeating the house right now. But I had to leave the house. That's why I haven't streamed for 2 days. I had to get out of here and go and hang out by the sea, which was delightful. It was me, my wife, and my kid, but of course, work and such. So it was me. With no, well, there was a TV there, but let's not talk about that. But it was very chilling. I read the book. I read the first one in the Murderbot series. So I'm going to start watching the TV show today. No spoilers. So I look forward to that. It was kind of funny. I did touch grass. I mean, so my kid and I were running on the beach and we made a game out of it. Who could sort of like run closest to where the waves were breaking. And obviously I got sand and wet shoes, but it was totally worth it just to win over a child. But yeah, it was really fun to be down there and away from everything for a little bit. I mean, don't be insane. I obviously brought my computer and all that, right? Don't go overboard now, but I didn't bring my keyboard. I almost did. Setup test factory is not being used. Okay. Yeah, but do we have any tests? We have some tests running here. Okay. Do we just need to skip testing? It would appear so. Hot beaches in your area. The one we went to wasn't all that bad. Is the water clear and cold? Yeah, that's every beach, isn't it? Oh, okay. So I do. So I do that. I do love subs. Thank you so much, Cool Dark. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. All money will go to removing the smell of lemons. Thank you. My kid saw a set of keycaps that she wanted. So she asked if she could do a stream with me where she can get all the subs that during her participation on the stream would go to pay for the keycaps. I said, we'll see about that. Maybe I can get her to be in on the relay. Say, just give the relay to her to do. So should I do a pre-show and then raid the next person and then the next day can we keep the relay going? So I start streaming because I don't want to do the relay on like the same day. Maybe I don't know, right? And how much time? So this is gonna compound though, isn't it? So but it's not gonna be fun to. Oh, how are we gonna do this? Yeah. Yes, we do mod prog. Absolutely, we will be allowed to watch. If you are if you are participating in the relay, you are definitely allowed to watch the relay. We're not gonna have that. That rule was not fun for the participants, and I don't know if it mattered for the viewers. So I think we will throw that rule out the window. Okay, so that was widgets. What about the value resolve? That's the one widget. What about templates? Do we have any warnings there? I don't think so. Whoops. No. No warnings. I don't think we use strings anymore. Let's look at the store. No warnings there either. If we do like cargo test all, do we see? Okay, there's definitely warnings up there somewhere. Where did you go? Look at all these tests that we have. Oh, it's the examples. Okay, so we'll fix the examples today then, right?
Meeting time.
Hello, GB. How you doing? Okay, happy day then. Runtime. Or did the runtime have some issues? There is no test in the runtime. There is. There is a display error. Okay, so there's two things we need to do here, right? There is the error, the template thing on reload, right? And show errors there, and there was the other one, but I think we're good. Let's patch this in. So what we're gonna do is cargo nightly format. You know what? We need to do a sys update as well since we're streaming. Maybe OBS will be updated. No. Okay, so let's add that and push that. So this will still break the build, but that's okay. We'll only break the build on account of the test and the warning there, right? So we're going to get rid of that. So should we make an interface for this thing? I think that would be fun. Fun on a bun. Let's do that. Let's go to Witchimabox and let's make a cargo, not cargo, nothing. Let's have a, what should we call this thing, right? Let's make a command for this thing. So touch, nothing, bin, whoops, oh, cli.rs. Cargo run, CLI. There we go. That works fine. Okay, then we shall probably Tokyo up this thing. Tokyo main async. Now we have to make this thing able to respond to events, right? So we shall do so. That means we have to be able to pass an event to this. So here are events being passed in. Let's listen to other things as well. So we need to get the chat thing that I'm pointing to, though you can't see I'm pointing to it, right? We need to get that thing to be able to deal with different kind of messages, right? Yeah, this is going to be pretty good, I think. I think this will be good. Oh, we didn't get the game doll in as well. So let's do... Yeah, so these are list items that we're sending. Okay, so let's go to the UI. We need to send something else, right? Let's have an enum for a message type here that we can get. We can get a list item. And then we can also get a pin. Let's have a pin that contains a pin. So we can pin messages. So let's have a timer in there as well that contains a timer, right? So all these things we can deal with, right? No, that will be a timer command because we're gonna be able to do multiple things like start and stop timers and such and such. That should be an enum, start, and then a duration, pause, no, stop. That'll suffice, right? Did I make the timer public? Yes, I did. Now, we don't have a pin yet. But we do have a timer. Did I call it timer command? I did. There we go. No, okay. Cargo clean. Because that's a lie. Certainly is. Certainly, Unholy Diver. As a matter of fact, someone has already done that in Anathema. If anyone wants to see this, it's this one. This is done with Anathema. I don't know if it's it probably has not been ported to the new version, but it is here. It is cool, and it looks pretty big boss. Right? People have done so many cool things with Anathema. So we have that one. We have this thing, which is Sergeant Pepper's Twitch thing admin. This thing lets you do a bunch of stuff with Twitch chat. But now, when Sergeant Pepper is ready, he can use the newer features of this. What else do we have? We have... We have Wairu made a markdown viewer, which is this, called the Mark, which is a markdown viewer made in Anathema, which looks pretty nice. And what else do we have? We have, oh yeah, Hardliner made an incredible program, which I don't know if you can see this. I don't know if we made any screenshots for this, but it is an actual toggle bit. That's okay. There's no screenshots. Oh, look at that. Ain't that beauty? Ain't that a beauty? Do we have, I don't think we have any more of the like screenshots. So someone else made screenshots, which I, for some reason, haven't posted in here. Let me find the screenshots then. Search screenshot. Museum's done some crazy stuff, and Pip, I think they're called now, made some really cool like art with it as well. Like I wonder if I can get the bubbles. No. Come on, bubbles. Yeah, I can. Hang on. Let me copy this message. This is what someone else made. That's really cool. It's made with ASCII Cinema. Let me bung that in the screenshots. Bubbles by Pip. And they also made another one, which they also made a screenshot, which looks really good. So let me find. them their thing in here. They grabbed they got a screenshot in there. I was gonna include that in the project as well. Oh, they got a little animation as well that we can't see because, you know, there was like a video of a part of a screen, so it doesn't make sense. But let me see if I can find a screenshot. Yeah, I have posted a lot of. There's a lot of noise going on. There we go. All right, let's copy the image. Let's say this image as Anathema WebP apparently. Let's see if we can just open the image in a new tab. I can show you the image by the same person that made the bubbles. It looks like this, and it's very cool. Very nice that they've done this. So yeah, there's a lot of cool things people have made. And I said once people started making screenshots and demos and stuff like this, I realized that I didn't actually have any design skill when it comes to the terminal compared to some people out there. I'm like, okay, I'll make boxes and that's it, right? You haven't touched Rust since a Rust relay? Well, then you have to go and touch Rust, man, like it's grass. People are quick to do everything. But I think that people have a lot of time as well, because this project has been developed under a long time. And so I think that's why people have had a chance to kind of go on about this forever and ever, right? I don't think that's right. Actually, this is right. We're going to do something with the quote, by the way. Of course. So what we're actually sending here, we're gonna make the UI receive not list items, but message type. What a bad name. So if it's a message type list, did we call it list or list item? List item. Then we do this. We need to break this up into something like something better. We should make this into like a command driven something rather. Now you have to change to be a message type. How gross, but it is what it is. Where's the list item? There you are. Where's the message type that we just made up? There you are. Welcome, Raiders.
Adam Salam, he's just rated with 180 viewers.
Wow, welcome viewers. How you all doing? I hope you're having a terrific day so far. Thank you for the raid, Adam. So what are we doing here? We're just talking about a relay. We're gonna do a code relay. We haven't really got the details down yet, but it will happen soon. We are programming the infamous Rust here, the one programming language that will rule them all when it comes to dying load. Okay, message type, list item, quote, right? So I'm just updating the code for this thing over here. We're going to make it able to do a lot more stuff. Thank you for the follow. Okay, where are we? We have, okay, so we've had like a timer and a pin and all that stuff. We're just going to ignore these for now. We'll get back to them. Thank you all for the follows, right? Let's do this there as well. Let's have it break. There we go. Beauty. So we want this UI to do a lot more stuff. The alerts are doubling up, does it? That's not good. Quickly raid Caleb, but you have to raid with more than one viewer, otherwise we won't see anything. Okay. Well, okay. No one calls any alerts for a while and we'll be fine. Okay. So we want to be able to show a timer and to pin messages at the top here, right? I don't know why they would be doubling up. I could. Let's try alerts. Edit alerts. Let's do a raid. And then send test.
Subalicious.
Oh yeah, I can see that happening. Okay, let's try this then. Now it's not. Now you can't hear it at all, can you?
Subalicious.
Why is it happening there? Okay, hang on. What? We got monitor and output. Okay, monitor off. Let's try that again. Oh, but now I don't hear it. Oh, okay. So I don't get to hear it. Oh, but that's annoying. But why would... Can we go to advanced? So I want to monitor... Well, that's just beans, isn't it? If then I don't hear it. That's why. Okay, cool. They're not doubling up anymore, but I also can't hear them. Oh, crab sticks. All right. Well, I just have to pay attention, right? Stream manager, where are you? There we go. Okay, but we're going to get them in here anyway, right? Yes, the important thing is that you hear them and I somewhat see them. Okay, so quick breakdown of what we're doing. We're going to make this thing be able to pin messages for a duration and things like that, right? So let's go and make this be more command driven so it's not so rubbish. Now, we don't have an actual message that can do that, do we? Well, we'll make it happen. Okay, so we have a timer command. Let's make that happen then. So let's go to our CLI. No. Network. No. Chat. Kind of. Okay. Oh, yeah, no, we can definitely enable that now. Actually, we don't need this. We have chat and event, and then we do networking. Here we go. What do we call this? Input. We need a new agent for you. So this will be chat. Chat agent. There we go, right? And then you will be an input agent. Easy. All right, so let's make a new source input.rs. Let's do mod input. Pub struct nothing. Pub async function input. And this thing's gonna look a bit the same as the chat, right? Yeah. df, there we go. What do we need? We need an agent in here. And we need an emitter. And we need a component ID and a message type. There we go. Right. Nice. Ah, we have to clone the emitter. I thought the middle was copy. Nah, that's fine. Hello, Pepper. How you doing? I showed off your stuff earlier. We're doing a relay. We're doing a relay again. So, hello, Grimbo. How you doing, buddy? How you going? Welcome, Raiders. How is it going? It has been forever and then some. And I'm getting back into programming again. Yay. Programming was rubbish and then, well, it's still rubbish, but it's bearable rubbish now. What's a relay? So you run towards someone with a stick and they try to run away from you. That's how I understand it from when I was a child. Okay, let's like this. Let me break it down, Gordon Brown. One person will start writing some code. And then after some time units has passed, they will raid another streamer who will then check out that code and continue working on it, right? So we're kind of just passing the code through multiple people without actually telling them what the code is supposed to be. There are, of course, some... there's a red thread going through the whole thing. It will be written with Anathema, and it will be somehow game related, right? Thematically, right? You stayed up way too late. Oh man, you are still young, Grim. You can get away with it, but I die. And it's sort of like after 8 p.m. I'm like, ugh. Right? Yeah, don't worry about it. Get a good sleep, mate. Thank you for the raid. It will be fun, all right? It will be fun. And if you don't find it fun, I don't know where you live, right? We're going to add a GitHub repo for this thing. We're going to write out the rules. We're not going to be like, it's not going to be like hard rules, but we'll have some kind of, let me see if I have this somewhere. I think I'm logged in here, so I don't want to show all my private stuff. I should create a repo just called porn or something, because that would be funny to show on stream. And then, of course, there's nothing in there. And then people get disappointed. This. We did this last year, obviously. One participant starts by creating a new project. No one knows what the project is supposed to do, except for the first participants, but that probably becomes irrelevant soon enough. The participant work on the project live on stream for 3 hours, then commits the code, rates next participant if they're streaming. The stream doesn't have to be on Twitch specifically. But you should be streaming it because this is all entertainment, right? Participant, you have 3 hours to make an assumption of what the code is supposed to do and start contributing. This is supposed to be, thank you so much, ICS, thank you. This is supposed to be funny and entertaining. You don't have to be a 10x dev or a 1% to participate. It's okay to modify code committed by others before, but try to keep the changes of others' code to a minimum if possible. The rules, there are more guidelines than rules, but try to keep within the spirit of the relay. No watching that the participants that are on before you. So we're scratching this rule because it was really fun to watch it. And I could watch everyone since I was the first one. I'm not going to go first this time. And we're scratching this rule so everyone can do it. Keep it cross-platform. I mean, I guess we have to because some people will be on Windows or Mac, right? The code has to compile before the handover. This one, yeah, we're still going to keep that one. Zero dependencies, only standard library. This is obviously not the case anymore. Stream for 3 hours working on the code and commit and push. Raid the next person in the line if they're streaming. But this year we require people to be streaming it. No comments in the code. So that was so you couldn't communicate with other people. You just got a bunch of code. They had to figure out what was going on, right? But we're gonna try to ease up a little bit on this thing, right? Depends on how many participants we get and so on. Rust only, no build RS file. And this is, we had these people participating last year, and we'll get more people. You pick a time slot or whatever, so we can try to build a schedule around it, right? And we let someone else go first. Yeah, you did find a workaround of the comments. Yeah, it's not about writing sort of production ready code or anything like that, right? It's about being fun for the viewers, and you should have some fun with it too, obviously, right? So it's all about fun. Fun, fun, fun. If you don't have fun, we will come to your house and kill you. We won't do that. Apparently, that's against the law. All right. So anyway, we're going to have an input here. So we can read inputs. So we're going to go to our chat. And this time, we're going to make the input not act like a bridge, but rather we're going to listen to messages. So we can skip all of this stuff and just grab this. And we'll have some kind of input here. Pub enum input. Whoops. We're going to be able to serialize these because we're going to send them over the network. That's why. Features derive. There we go. Hello, Talk. How you doing, buddy? Do you feel like programming some Rust on Stream Talk? We're doing a relay. We have to figure out the date. I will talk more about this on Discord and on upcoming streams, obviously. But we're not gonna wait as long as we did last time. But rather, we try to get this going in the next couple of weeks, sort of thing, right? Relay. What doesn't anyone know what a relay is? Everyone says relay. So, what is a relay? And then we get a picture of someone running with a stick. Sport. There you go, all right? There you go. This symbolizes a relay pretty well. All right, now that I made fun of you for not knowing what something that you shouldn't know is, all right? No, it's like this. You write some code and then you pass it on to someone else and it's just going to be a complete train wreck. I made a video of I made a video that makes no sense. Okay, let me see. Can we find the relay video? All right. Those of you who want to see something from the previous relay, and it won't make a lot of sense, right? I realized that was probably the first video I released on this channel. Again, it makes no sense, but you can have a look at that and go, what? And it'll be fun. Okay, wrong input. No, right input. And this. All right. So what do we care about? We don't care about you, or you. Timer config. Pin. Okay, we're gonna make a library out of this. The cat API. Okay, let's see. What have I done here? Is that not right? It should be. Stupid macromatic. Oh, I got a question for you, Modprog, but I'll wait until after stream. There is unlikely going to be any proc macros in there. Wouldn't make any sense to put them there. Although I realize I say that might be a dumb thing to say. Ah, right. But the code has to compile before you hand it over. And if modprog were to make a proc macro, there's nothing saying that you have to continue that proc macro though, right? There's no RC message in the root. No, there isn't. I just made this whole thing up, didn't I? And put it here. No, it's not timer config. It was like timer command, right? Okay, let's make a new one called pin. And I will tell you guys this though, if we can get enough people to do an actual jam, I will. I don't know if we can get, but we're not going to get that now. Actually, you know what? I'm going to tell you this. Okay, let's do that. Use the thread, please. Okay, lib, we need to add pin in here. Whoops. No, why with... oh, wrong pen. Maybe I shouldn't have called it pen, but there you go, right? Single crate. That's a good point. Well, you can. I guess you can still troll people with the clarity macros, but at least I won't be as lost in that void. Wait, what's the grief here? There we go. All right, I think that should be it. Yeah, all of this stuff has to implement serialize, deserialize, obviously. Right. You won't be able to vibe code Anathema because the AI won't have any contextual knowledge of it. Ah, right. There we go. I'm reasonably confident that it wouldn't be able to do a good job with it, but what do I know? I don't do vibe coding, but I don't think we will forbid it. You can definitely do vibe coding if you want to. There's nothing wrong with it, right? I don't know what it's now, what it's like these days, Skylar, so I wouldn't say that. Maybe you do. No, I don't. Okay, so... can still run that. And then here we're going to do... okay, so this will be chat and this will be CLI input. Okay. Yeah, I mean, this should be entertainment, right? I said this the last relay and I say it this one as well. You shouldn't participate thinking that you have to perform well, right? You being just flailing around the code is probably just as entertaining for the people watching it, right? We're not looking to produce anything amazing. Okay, so we should be able to send messages now. We have to tell the router to listen. So let's make a socket for this as well, right? And let's use Unix domain sockets here as well, right? We can choose between TCP/IP or TCP or UDS, but we're going to go with UDS here, right? That means that we need to set the router to listen on yeah, the bot is because we have two bots now, modprog. Danaka's bot is not active in the chat anymore. But we're working on this so we can add the thing, right? Well, I felt so bad whenever the bot, like if the bot was down or anything, I didn't want to bother him because he's been running the bot for free and looking after it for a very long time. So I didn't feel particularly good badgering him when the bot went down, right? And at the same time, I don't want to depend on someone else for the bot, so. Okay, there we go. No unwrapping there. Okay. We need to give you an address. This will be input. Okay, no, it just takes that. Oh yeah, that's how it works. Do we have to await this? We do not. Man, this thing is cool. Who wrote it? Yeah, writing your own bot is a good idea. It will only be bots chatting with bots. If you want to see that, just go on Facebook. Okay, so now that we can accept incoming messages, then in our CLI, we have to get a new router. We have to get an agent. And we're not going to bother giving it an address because we're not going to communicate with it. Can we give it a unit as an address? That'll be cool. We can. Yeah, the problem I see with the agentic coding is it could produce something that you don't know if it's correct or not. Spayus, welcome. Thank you for the raid. I hope you have a good lunch. Oh man, 10 o'clock is a bit early for lunch. Come on, buddy. How you doing? Welcome, raiders. Now, I'm just working on my Twitch integration thing. Taking an early break, sensible. Was the chat is wearing you down and you passing them on to me? We need to do the whole message resolution thing. So we're going to go to just copy this out of the network thing. Just copy all this. Oh no, that sucks. Yeah. That's rubbish. Sorry to hear that. Socket address. We do want to talk to the bridge. And we are going to resolve whatever this is. That's not the aggregator, that's the CLI. There we go. All right, enjoy your rest. Sorry to hear you're not feeling super great. I totally get that. AI as a search engine, yeah. No, I think that's perfectly fine. I mean, I think this has been a long time coming because it wasn't like the whole world noticed that search engines sort of became shit overnight. I don't know if it's a tinfoil hat moment or not, but it's sort of been in the making, right? Yeah, I mean, I like to use AI to explain algorithms and stuff for me and show them in pseudocode, and then I go and verify these. I don't trust any code that they write. It's not like they don't trust the code. It's that the code is generally quite bad, right? Let's just see what it looks like if we say to duck.ai. Let's go here. All right, I should just copy this thing, but let's not worry about it. Show me a tree implementation in Rust. And I'm going to assume that it's going to do a lot of boxing, and I haven't said what tree it is or anything like that, right? But it's going to output probably some miserable code, right? Where memory is scattered all over the place. There you go, right? Bam. This will work, but it will suck. But you can kind of predict it, which is why I don't want it to write code for me, right? Okay, so this one is starting the listener on input. That's what we're resolving. Like that. There we go. Okay, let's see what we're going to do here. And so it starts again. All right, I need to set up a GitHub repo for this thing. Hello, Dora. How you doing? Now, I think I have 500 witch boxes in here. I have a witch box too. Should we just delete that one? I think I will delete this one. Where's the danger zone? Oh, man, they move things around. Where are you, danger zone? Where are this project settings? Oh. The amount of work I have to do to delete a GitHub repo. Hang on, I actually got to plug in a hardware key. Use security key. There we go. Let's make it private for now. Okay, so we can now connect with the CLI. So let's go to that guy. Okay, so we should be parsing some command args here. Should we bother adding command line arg parsing? Let's do that. I haven't used clap in forever. So cargo add clap. Is clap still the standard way of doing this? Should we use the derive tutorial? So we're going to derive parser from our thing. And what else do we want? Command, version about, long about. Should it be the default? I'm not sure what should be the default. Okay. Now I have to parse this thing somehow, right? CLI parse. What do you give us back? Okay. About. What is this? An option? No, it isn't. Okay, so let's say we want to run something like pin for 2 minutes. I can pin this, right? Now we need to make pin a thing. So that will be a sub command. Can we add the pin that we have from the other stuff, maybe? No, we have to derive sub command on that. Okay. Is it not sub command? All right, sub command, not sub command. Okay, so how did I format this? Then we want probably a struct instead. We want the time, which I have no idea how we're going to parse that. We'll do it in seconds, right? Oh, I'm sorry. I've taken a break from Balacho. How do we do that? Do we make it work as a unit struct maybe? So we have our timing here. Let's try this. Arg, short, long. Arg. And that should be a U32 or a U64, I think, for milliseconds or milliseconds per second. And then we're going to have a message, right? like so. Only supports enum. Whoa. Okay, so it will be pin and then like this. I think that's rather what we want. And then we have to have something for that one, right? We have to have arg. Short long. So short long would probably just allow us to do the whole hyphenated thing, right? Okay, no, I goofed something up here. Can we not do this? So the router routes is a message router, right? So it will route messages between agents, and agents may or may not be on the same computer even. So it basically solves an ergonomic issue with channels. All right, what's this debug malarkey? Does it have to be a sub command? So it would be... Okay, let's try this then, right? So commands. Sub command. And that's supposed to be an option, but we won't make it an option. What are you griping about now? Oh, right. So that is a struct. Okay, let's see what this looks like. CLI pin hyphen time, and then message. Okay, that's it. Wait, why was this running? Oh, because it's trying to resolve these things. There we go. Let's see what we get here. All right, pin 2 seconds and a message. We should probably have one that is like chat as well if we wanted to. No, I'm working on this thing so we can inject things into here. This is a very overcomplicated thing that is running here. This one does all the Twitch connectivity for us, right? So what this thing does is it is connecting to the bot and listening for events. Then this thing is the actual bot that we have in the chat. So if you write help, you get BunnyBot 9000 to answer you. But that's one thing that's running. And then we have this thing that's running. There are two separate programs. So this one and this one, two separate programs. And but they're all working through the same Twitch connection. We don't have multiple connections to Twitch. Everything just goes through one program, right? So right now I'm writing a CLI for this thing so I can communicate with this thing through command line args, right? There are layers of nonsense in here, of course, right? What happens if we fail to parse an argument, right? Okay, so that's fine. Let's make this work then. So let's get this going. We kind of want to end the router after this command, though. I wonder if we can run an agent routerless. No, because all the negotiation and everything that has to happen. No, we just send the command and shut it down. Easy. Ooh, that's a good name for it, Dora. That really gives you that system D vibe, right? but I actually like it. Okay, so we're running this. Okay, so I have to run this. Like this for it to work. Yeah. And then it just says, okay. Because, I mean, we could just restart this one. There we go. I might have added a bunch of stuff. Hello, Cappers. How you doing, buddy? Sorry, I didn't see you there for a second. Where you been? I had some viewers on YouTube and I thought it was you, but you weren't there. How you going, buddy? That is optional. We can use TCP or we can use Unix domain sockets. So right now I'm using Unix domain sockets. It was using TCP before, but there's no reason since they're all running on the same computer. But if I wanted to move the server to another computer, I could just change UDS to TCP. It's literally one line of code to go over to TCP, right? There are other ways we can communicate, of course. Right? Massive deployment. Man, you've had a hectic couple of weeks with being on call and all that stuff, right? Tell them to calm down. Just go to your boss and be like, listen, you gotta calm the down, boss. Oof. That adds a massive overhead talk. So if you're only gonna run a bot and nothing else, then I would say don't do that. But if you want to run a bot and have a program like this and so on and so forth, then yeah, split it up, right? And if you get stuck on dying from all the MPSC nightmares, then let me know and I'll introduce you to Binky, which solves that problem. It feels good to write software that is actually usable and not just throw away. You don't call again? God damn it. Yeah, it's fine if you only have like an MPSC here and there, right? If you have like 2 or 3 of them. But when you start getting into having like 10 of them, it's less fun. Okay, so resolving with retry, getting the input, that will work. We will get here, but not until I start the program, right? Wait, how is this working? That shouldn't even work. Actually, yes, it works because we run the other program and not this. All right, I'm a boob. Anyway, so no debugging this unless we manually go and smush things in there. Let's not do that. Okay, so we're gonna resolve the input, and now we can send things to the input. So we're gonna deal with the we'll do this as another function. Send command. No, why did you do that? Okay. So let's say agent dot send to some address, and then we're gonna shut down. Is there a shutdown? There should be definitely a shutdown for the router. All right, it doesn't know what the agent is. Yeah, there's a shutdown. So what this does, the moment we get this, then we're gonna shut it down. So we send the command, That's an address. I think we can do this. But I don't know. All right, that is not a trait. Wrong address. That is also not a trait. Oh, right, that's correct. It isn't a trait. It's just an address. So then we're going to send to the address something. We'll pass in the command as well. That's called arg. Okay, so we need to know what we're sending. That one is definitely going to happen. Do we have to await you? Yeah, we do. All right, so what is it that we're actually sending? Well, we have to ask this guy what he wants, right? Oh no, it's not even that, because you also need to add additional pairs of NPSC to shut things down. It is a nightmare. You have 6 of them. Yeah, that is a nightmare. The problem is that you need NPSCs to know about other NPSCs, right? So the way this works, the way you have it now, right? You have an NPSC pair here, right? You have a sender and a receiver. I don't know why I can't draw boxes. There we go, right? So you have a sender here for outgoing, and then you have a receiver for incoming. And this might represent the reading and writing half of a connection. And then you have some other connection here that's maybe this is sending heartbeats. And if the heartbeat fails, then you need to tell this guy and this guy to shut down, right? And if this one fails, then you have to tell the heartbeat to shut down, right? There's all this like horrible mess that is there. So if we draw this up the way this is done with Binky, is that we have our reader and we have our writer. And first of all, connections are also solved in a slightly more pleasant manner, right? But here's our heartbeat. And everything has an address. And the address can be anything. It can be a number, a string, an enum, whatever, right? They just get translated to keys. And in the middle of all this, we have a router. So if any one of these things, when they're established, we can tell the router to be notified when the heartbeat dies, right? So when the heartbeat dies, the router will tell everyone who cares about the heartbeat that it's dead. If you want to send the message to the heartbeat specifically, you just send the message to the router with the heartbeat's address. So it's a little bit like, it is pub/sub, but it's pub/sub over... It's more than pub/sub. You can make requests. You can say, okay, notify me when the following things goes offline, right? So you can have 300 different connections, all being notified when the heartbeat dies, without you having to send 300 NPSCs to the heartbeat. You don't deal with NPSCs. You say, agent, right? By doing this, you get a new agent, and then you can send a message to an address, right? That's it, right? So it makes it so much easier to deal with adding more things, right? For every NPSC requirement you add, you could be adding copies of the TX to all existing ones, right? And now you have to have the mechanism to be able to pass these copies along as well, right? But all of that is kind of made redundant with this, right? So all the stuff that we're doing here is actually happening over the network. So if I go to the chat, this is us getting messages from another program, right? It's like MPSC over programs or over the network as well. Well, no, because we're taking the MPSC part out of the equation. So it's more about, well, it's just message passing, right? It's really what it is, right? But instead of having all these pairs, we just deal with addresses. So instead of you saying, all right, now that you created this sender receiver pair, you need to take a copy of the transmitter to, you don't have to do that. You just have to know what address you use for all of these, right? So in this case, for chatting, I am just using the address object here. I'm just saying, look, resolve the key for this thing, and now I can just use this, right? I don't have to send anything. This thing doesn't even have to be online when I start this up, right? That can happen later. But again, it's a very young project, right? So I'm sure there are issues in it. I just haven't figured out what they are yet, right? But now I'm about to send a message to this program from the terminal. And the way we're going to do this, we parse the pin. So this is setting everything up, right? This is the router that routes messages. This is the agent. And technically, these two lines and this is all we need to be able to listen to messages. Then, of course, we're going to do something with the messages. And here I'm resolving an address over the network, and that's it, to the CLI. So now we can just send messages to this thing the way this is done, right? So agent send takes an address and a value. So here's the address. And we're going to await this, obviously. And now we need to know what it is that we're actually sending. Now we would send a unit. We can send a string if we want to, right? Right? This is perfectly fine. Except that the thing we send in the string to doesn't want strings. So that's not going to work. We have to send it what it wants, right? So what is it that this thing actually, what does this program actually want, right? Well, if we look at the CLI, the input, right? This thing wants inputs. So what we have to send is an input. And we're sending a pin here. Now we need to bring this in. Come on. Why not? There we go, right? And what does this thing want? It wants a pin. Which looks how? No, wrong pin. Oh, the smell. Is this all pub, yeah? Duration and message. Now we're going to pass in the duration. That's going to be time and the message. And that's it. Now we have to bring this in, of course. Is it message time? Yeah, right. That's it. Enjoy talk. All right, so we're going to send this message now, and that's it, right? So these lines are all that we need to send that. Okay, so we now sent the pin to the UI. So let's go to the input. we get the pin, and now we're gonna pass this pin over to the. We have to send this pin over to the UI, right? So emitter.emit to the component, the pin. No, it's not a pin. It's a message type pin. Oh wait. So emit async because we don't want to do any of that blocking jazz. Is there no pin associated with message type? There is now. All right, so that's it. So now we can send this over to the UI, and in our UI, we're gonna look at the message type, and if this thing is a message type pin, then we're gonna do something with it. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. How you doing? How was your stream? What exciting adventures were you on? We're just tweaking this program here a little bit to be able to pin messages to it. And we can just panic here because that makes everything so much more fun, right? So if we run the program now, and if I now do this, this should panic. Yep, there we go. No, it didn't go. New iOS app build. So what's it like submitting iOS apps for review these days? Oh, maybe I never ran that. I did too run that. All right, thank you. Random reject. I mean, like the quality of iOS apps has certainly gone down a lot since 2009 or whatever. So yeah, I guess they relaxed the process, but they still want to give the illusion that there is some quality control. I never await. No, we don't await that because we're doing that. So then we shut down. So this thing should end when we run it. That's not a thread handle, is it? But it's not shutting down. That's not right. Time for first launch. That's a little bit depressing. Why is that happening? This should end the program. Why does it not end the program? Wait, am I running this under release? No, I'm not. Hmm. Okay. Oh. Wow, why are people talking to me on Discord? Oh, I see. Yeah. No, keep talking about that. That's good. Okay, so why is this not working? How are we getting here? Okay, let's just do a classic. Well, we know that one doesn't happen. Okay, we get stuck on 2. Oh, the connection. No, hang on, that should be fine. No, it isn't fine. I never launched the UI. Oh, you boob. I never called the input, did I? So we set the input up, yeah. Oh no, it happens here. Maybe we did call the input. Yeah, I did call the input. And we do use the socket address. That one is not async. Neither is this. Damn. Why is this happening? Oh, man. We're starting the input. We're definitely seeing the chat happening. So that this has happened, right? Socket address. That shouldn't be there. Is it because of this guy? Hang on, let's do this. No. I think we can speed up the aggregator a little bit as well. So let's go to BunnyBot. Well, actually, no, we fix one thing at a time. How you doing, day 3? We never managed to connect to the... Well, hang on. Where does this thing say it should be called bridge? I don't think that's a bridge. Let's go to the net code here. That's just called input. No, we are connecting with the bridge. Then we should resolve the bridge. So is the connection still not happening? Okay, so it is the connection that is wrong. We call it an input bridge for now, just to make sure there's no confusion. No, still get stuck on that. Okay, so why are you getting stuck on that? Are we forgetting to await something? No. No, it's this one that is stuck on. So we can't resolve the connection, right? We do manage to connect. It's this guy that's the problem. So when we connect, we give it an agent name and then we resolve that name. So bridge should be fine here. Yeah. Resolving with retry. Why is that one failing me? I'm getting emails that I broke the build. Stop abusing me. So we're never getting here. This is the name, the local name we give something. That is the right socket. It should fail to remove this file if it's in use. And we need to clean up afterwards as well, though, right? So let's throw that in there. So we're binding the Unix listener to the socket address, and then we're listening. Let's make sure that's how this worked then. Let's see where this is being used. That's the same thing, right? Listener, unwrap, listen, clear that up. Doesn't linking US socket really produce an error if it's in use? I would imagine that it would. But I imagine that it wouldn't unlink it, right? Hence, it's still there. But that is not the issue. The issue is that we can't seem to resolve the connection address. Which is frustrating. It is socket adder. Yeah. Okay, let's not run this forever. Let's run this with retries. 2. So it should just stop after it should stop after 2 seconds then. Well, that's not working. That's still there. Close that down. It's still there. Shouldn't do that, but we're going to now. Now it's there. Yeah, I haven't gone around to fix the colors yet. I will do that eventually. Okay, so we're not getting the connection past here. Which means that this hasn't actually happened. Well, we are logging the errors, so we could just look at that. That is using the login crate. So if we enable that for this. I don't remember what the startup for this thing was. Oh, it's just that. Okay, let's go to the CLI and let's chuck this in here. Okay, let's see if this works now. Nothing. Okay. Is it log info or log level? No, it's log, but info should have been enough. You probably said Rustler. You think? Do you really think so? How to keep interesting coding? I don't know. You let me know when you figure that out. All right. Why are we not seeing anything there? That's alarming. We don't get there in that case. Yep, we got there. Okay, let's print debugging on its way now. Why keep interest? Tech can be boring. It's up and down, right? I have like moments when I don't want to deal with any of this bullshit. Let's just do this. See how far we get. Yeah. No. Is it the writer that we get stuck on? I think so. About to writer, and that's good English right there. That is it. So this is telling me that this is failing. No? Oh, okay. I think it's stuck. Yeah, it's stuck. Why is it stuck? And now this thing died. Wow, that's an easy fix. There we go. So new writer agent is what's actually failing. Why is this failing? I don't think we ever get there. Oh, damn it. I know what the problem is. We're trying to do a bunch of things with the agent before the router is connected. This is just rookie mistakes. All right. What a boob. Man, so simple, but there you go. Okay. Where did the CLI thing go? That's the address. Hmm. Okay, it should compile and it should end the program too. Yes, it does. Okay, cool. Uh, yeah. Anyway, this is now working. We can connect and send messages. Yes, and the reason it's ending there is because we set this thing to panic, right? So what else can we send other than pin? Let's send a message as well, right? But to send a message, we should really talk to someone else. Let's not do the message sending yet. It'll be trivial when we get there. Hello, Panda. How you going? Yeah, we're keeping it local. Happy to hear that, Panda. Happy to hear it. Okay, so this is the message that we're sending. Then we can go to the UI then. Can't say what chat's up to, but I'm doing splendid. Okay, so let's pin a message. Now, what's that gonna look like? We're gonna start by making a new template for this. Like that. Hello, Bonin. Sorry, I don't know why I'm so blind to your name. This has been going on forever. I don't know what it is, but I am blind to it. Okay, maybe we do attributes instead. That will make it easier. We can then say if state.pin state pin. Whoops. Oh yeah. Now I broke that. All right. There are drawbacks with hot reloading, as it were. The reason it's failing is because we haven't registered the component. There we go. No? That's broken. All right, we have to make a new message here. There we go. No, you know what? I don't want that. I don't want this to return a message. We'll do, since we're going to have different ones, we'll do this instead. It is a bit gross, but this will work for now. Hmm. No, we only do hot reloading templates. What you're talking about is probably what Bevy did before Deoxys, which is dynamically loading libraries. And that's kind of overkill for this. We don't need hot reloading of the Rust code, I don't think. Okay, let's make a new. We do this, and then we have a struct pin here. And all this thing does is hold a message. And that's an option of a pin. Yes, I think they do. That's a value. All right, so we don't have a duration yet, but we'll get that soon. All right, so default, for this to work, we need that thing to implement default. Wait, why is option not? Oh, man. Okay, fine. Let's just import default for chat state. Really? Was that the issue? I should have read the error message, shouldn't I? Detour crimes? Okay. Well, either you're doing something akin to probably just-in-time compilation, and or you got a runtime, but since they're doing this with Rust code, Hmm. Okay. All right, so we should be able to send a pin now, even though it doesn't do anything. Wait, you're not supposed to do that. Yeah, we have the old screen on. Why are you doing that? Why is this showing up? Okay. Is that a debug? Damn it. How is that coming through? All right, well, let's go to Binky and find out. Yeah, that debug shouldn't be there. There we go. It's a bit slow. One day. It's not happening because Temporis is in a meeting. But if we go to our index AML now, we're passing in state pin, so we should be able to go to pin AML. Why is that not working though? This is weird. I don't know why this isn't working. Yeah, there it is. There it isn't. State.pin. Okay, maybe we don't do truthiness checks on options, and we really should do that. I think that's kind of nicer. And let's make the pin into a string as well while we're at it, because that's nicer rather than adding and removing a state. Although, again, it's not really a big issue. Yeah, I'm adding ability to send commands to this program from the command line. So we need to do an Anathema update for this, which means we need to go into the resolver, and where we do Boolean values, see, I know I did this for the index. This index can now actually resolve Boolean values into a number. Why is that a good idea? It is a good idea because you might want to do things where you're checking if something is true or false, and based on that, you want to choose some state, right? So let's say that you have some themes here or colors, right? If we make it into a list, you can now resolve this color by saying text, background, and then colors true. Right? There you go, right? Or false. Which means subsequently that you can use a conditional, like say you did something like this. For I in 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe. Text, and then background, colors, loop, modulo 2 is 0, I, right? So we can alternate the colors. That's why that's a nice thing to have. That's why resolving Boolean values to into numbers isn't a bad idea, right? Where did I put that now? There you are. But that means that when we resolve so we're resolving an integer, this works, but we should do the same thing for a bool. So when we resolve a Boolean value, right? What part is failing? Nothing, no part is failing. We're just missing an implementation, right? Stop misspelling colors. You're on the wrong side of the water to say that, Praven. Don't make me come over there and give you a stern talking to. Okay, so resolving colors is not the thing, or numbers is not the thing that we're looking for. We're looking for a Boolean value instead. If something is true or not. So that would be a condition. I'm just going to find the code for that, right? True is 0 and 1 is false. Well, how do you index into a list with -1? Knockout. How you doing, Velux? All right, so we're looking for things that becomes Boolean values, right? It did change, yeah. Well, then you have to implement tail index. -0. All right. How does this work? Okay, we have to look at the condition for control flow, which is probably in the tree module. Here. Somewhere we have to look. This should propagate somewhere useful. Yes, it should. We need to check the truthiness of that, but this is just generating it. This is not the thing that actually checks the truthiness of it, is it? I don't even want to unpack what that means. So this gives us a value ID. All right, here we go. Is true. All right, so condition as bool. Whew. Yeah, this certainly has implications if we do this. So we probably should make as bool return just a Boolean value, where, well, if we're gonna do this for if statements only, then we're just not gonna use as bool, right? So if you want to check you want to check strings for empty, numbers for 0, options for none, and so on and so forth, right? Which then subsequently would lead to checking some empty string as none, right? And I think maybe we do this elsewhere, right? Rather than just doing it here. So we will check on this is true instead, right? Rustation Vim. So I'm still using the old Rust Vim, but that thing seemed to be very unmaintained these days. I don't think anyone's picked this up in forever. Yeah. And I don't know what's keeping this thing from moving forward. Oh, get out of here.
Hello, Jadil.
Will not. So the question is, though, if we should do this only for if statements for convenience, right? It does basic Vim language stuff, so it doesn't really need to change. Okay, I don't know if that's what the Zulip thread was saying, but I'm not going to dig into that. This one is a bit manky. How's the Python programming coming along? Janelle. So what would we look at? So none would be false. 0 would be false. Some empty string would be false. Some 0 would be false. That would be false then, right? Empty list would be false. Although, do we ever? Yes, we do. Empty map would be false. I don't know what that means. No, I don't, console. It makes no sense to me. If I want to go up to this line number, I'm just gonna search backwards for true. Right. Welcome, Raiders. How you doing? How's your stream? All right, Musean, will this be... Can you see a reason not to do this for control flow, for if statements rather, right? To determine whether this is as a convenience, right? That makes sense, Janelle. I think we can do this. Is there anything missing from here? Everything else is then true, right? What did you guys do, Cerberus? Okay, then this will be a truth table for this. Until someone comes up with something better. Automated testing, nice. Oh shit. Oh no, that's the condition missing. Okay, that's cool. That's all right. All right. Sounds like everyone's fine with it. All right, let's deal with this now. All right. Okay, so 0 will be false. I don't know what we're gonna do with the float though, right? This is a little bit sketchy, okay? No, I took a break from it, and I don't know how many streams I did. I was playing Darkest Dungeon a lot, and I was playing Balatro a lot. Boner recommended a game that I played while I was away. I had to leave my house as well. There was just all kinds of shit happening. Okay, it was just one bad thing after another was happening, and yeah, so I am now back home again, obviously, since I'm here. You can see me. Hello. I don't think we're gonna worry about colors. So yeah, I did take a break for a while, and yeah, I struggled a lot. I was pretty stuck in my own head about everything, which wasn't super cool. But I feel like it's better now. I guess we can treat null as false. Map we can't do anything with. Attributes never gonna happen. List if is empty? Is that a thing? Ooh, that one might be something. This was kind of yeah, this is not gonna work, you're right. What are we missing here? Oh, we can't even do that. Wait, that's fine. Wait, what's the gripe here? Is that not a value kind? Oh, it isn't. It isn't a value kind. Hmm. So good, Dodster. I'm not playing it every day, but I do still play Balatro. That's how they go, Coily. Oh, I see, Marsk. Hi. If it's not normal, it's false. If it's almost, it's false. Otherwise, it's true. But I wouldn't support floatable. No. Oh, they just floats, right? But we don't have ways to make them nice. Okay, so we'll add a function here called kind. That's going to return a reference to value kind. We will make this as doc hidden. Doc hidden, that's the one. This one I'm a little bit unsure of. So this one we're gonna have to do a little bit of work with. It's gonna be list as state maybe. Which is an option. So we should be able to do state as down list maybe. As any list. I think this is it, right? Enjoy the food. Thank you for the raid. It is really fun, D3. So I tried it a bit when I got it, and it was like so. And I put it away, and then I saw someone play it, and they were really good at it. And that's when I realized how much further you can actually take the game if you want to. I beat black deck, gold stake, and then I've been kind of grinding a little bit. I think I'm on blue deck, gold stake now. Trying to finish all the stakes and all the decks. I've done a few challenges as well. It's fun. It really is. Okay, so I think this might do it for us, right? So we should now theoretically be able to run this and see the values now. Nope, that didn't work. We don't get this. That's because that's a composite value. And we have to say the composite values are true. I think. No, we talked about it in the past, but I haven't really played it, no. That means that maps but a map can be empty and a composite could not be. All right, let's try that. No, hang on. We are saying that it's true. So why does that not work? Oh, it's not empty. It's false. Wait, what? This is confusing. Why is this not true then? This state.pin should return. We should see this should work. But we don't. So running it again will definitely change that. Why is this seemingly false then? Because we are getting here, aren't we? Yeah. If we panic there, it should just break. And it does. Why is that not working, eh? Okay, so we're going to make this thing into a string, but first I want to see this work. So state.pin.message should be a thing that we can put in the template. How is this not being true then? This isn't really even how this should be done, but I want this to work. Hmm. Should we implement mouse scrolling as well while we're at it? No, one thing at a time. I need to make this work. Why is this not working? This is what we're checking. Hmm. Okay. I am flabbergasted. No, there is no if or else. There's only else now. Yeah. Okay, we're so close to building this, but why are you... No, this is the worst logic in this entire project, almost. This. Because we're asking whether we should create something or not. Oh, here we go. Look at that. This is it. Wait, where do we do this? We're asking this on the control flows else. That's where. I will ask you politely not to talk like that, Museum. That's a bit weird. What you're doing, you know, you saw that coming, okay? All right, so this is a value, which means we have to do the same thing. So we're gonna move this to the value and say truthiness or some bullshit like that. That's what we're gonna do. Yeah, but then it will go in the other direction, right? Truthiness, right? Probably want this table here. Okay, let's try this then. This should work. But what is the pinned message now? It isn't. Is there a typo? I don't trust chat when it comes to spelling. Double S. Now I trust you. Oops. Oops. But it doesn't matter because it's not working. All right, I know why it's not working. Ugh. Because it's a composite value. So just the fact that we can get there. But maybe we can just do that then. There we go. That's how we do it. So we don't check for the pin, we check for the pin message. But that still seemed a little bit rubbish. So this in a truthiness check is going to be a composite value, right? So if we do this, it will stop working, right? So it will work now because it's going to say it's a composite value. And if we do this and rebuild it, it should not work. But it does work. Then what are you, you ghoul? Okay, we can log this. Do we not have the log crate in there? We don't have that. Okay, cargo add log for this. Wrong project. Do we even start that? Now it's gonna do all kinds of stuff here, but that's okay. It's a boolean, that's true. Oh, right, we have a lot of if statements. Ugh. Okay, let's just hide the let's just hide the chat. Bye, chat. I'll look at you shortly. All right, it's a map. That makes sense. But we can't ask a map for anything, can we? It's just going to say true. Hello, welcome back. So it's a map, but we can't interact with the map, can we? But this shouldn't be a map. And why is it turning up as a map when it's a boolean, with an option, right? I have some stuff logged into a file if I need to. Okay, so a map is just the word map. There's nothing there because we don't do anything with maps. Why is it not a composite value? And how does that help us? I mean, I have a solution to this. I just don't know if I like it. Go to your room. So it says the map is defined value is never used as part of an index. So when we're resolving this thing, why is it resolving to a map and not to null? That's confusing me. All right, we're gonna break all of these things. Actually, we don't have to break you. All right, well. Why is the pin a map instead of an option? How is it resolving to a map? Yeah, that is definitely an option. All right. How do we resolve the map then? Let's just follow this backwards and see where we end up. Yeah, that's one way of getting there. Can't resolve an int from there. Map technically has a length, but not in this conversation. Okay, let's do optional map. Okay, so if we resolve this, we should now have an optional map here. Yeah. Oh. Unrelated though, but why is that not okay? Oh, are we missing an implementation for that, maybe? Hmm. Okay, so state. Where could you be? In here? Yeah, this should be working, right? So why wouldn't that compile? Map state is not satisfied, but it is. Is it not? Have I forgotten to implement that? No. No idea. No idea how to do that. Well, think about someone other than your friend Richard then. Okay. Any state. So we should be implementing state for option T. But we should also implement state for any state, right? We could work around this now that we have upcasting. Hello, Skinny. How you doing? Hello, Harry. Yeah, so we have this. Well, everything should implement state. But it's not. Wait, now I'm bloody confused. That means that a list should fail as well. And it does. But this won't fail. Oh. Where's the actual... Here, we implement state for... No, that's option T. Oh, really? Yeah, we don't implement state for it. How is that even possible? Hello, Ryan, how you doing? How is this even possible that this has worked this far? That is insane in the mainframe, okay? So we're gonna go and implement this for the list though. I think that's any list, right? Why weren't these implemented? I have no idea. Okay, so we have type ID implemented for list. Yeah, okay, so it is implemented. Oh my god. Priven, you gotta get out of that Cloudflare bullshit, man. That doesn't seem... It seems like you're just going from one disaster to another with them. Is it worth giving them money at this point? How can there be conflicting implementation then? But are they $3,000 nice? Oh, so this one is the superfluous one then. And is this... Yeah, but why is this not working? Do we need T to be any state? Or do we need it to be state? Yeah. Well, that was map. If we change this to list now, are we good? Yeah. Okay. Blah. Ugh. Okay, so the tests are now passing. And where was the test, right? Here we go, right? But this should be null. This shouldn't be a map. What the heck, man? Well, damn. It is a map. It just happens to be an empty map. That's why. Because the type is still the same. Pony up. All right. The type is the same, but the value should be none. But the value should be nil. Mhm. Do we allow value kind to change? Not really. I mean, well, yes, really. They could, because you can have like box dynamic values, right? But that's not quite the issue. The issue is that we're saying that this thing is a map, and that is correct, but there's nothing in the map. The map is not there, but it's a map. But we don't check if it's nil or not, right? So trying to resolve this value, so getting the value kind, as anything's just going to return none. Yeah. I imagine that every day in museum. I'd be like, no. And then the world's like, all right. So evaluating this thing gives us a map. It's just that the map is empty. So if this is a map and we try to get this as a map, yeah. Nulls and fulls. Okay. Why don't we evaluate this then? Source should just be state. It is. An index should be a string literal. Yeah. And we're going to resolve the index. Okay, apparently we wasn't allowed to. It's a dynamic map because this has probably looked at the value type. Yeah. No. There we go. But they did find something there. Okay, it's a shared state. Val is an option. Pending value. It exists because the value is there. It's just nothing in the value. And here we're going to find the map, right? That's how this be. But that's a dynamic map. we could put this there, right? Not much of an option there. Weak is really good. Weak is I've used weak a lot because it allows you to not worry about the existence of the value, right? You basically have something that decides the ownership of the value, and that can drop it whenever. So weak is just, you can hand out a bunch of weaks left, right, and center, and it will clean up itself, right? I think weak's really good. Although it kind of defeats the purpose of an RC a little bit on account of you. Well, yeah, that's where I'm going with this. Is when using an RC, it's probably because you don't know where the ownership should go, right? If we give you a hypothetical here, let's say you have two lists that has the same value in both lists, and you don't know which list is going to be freed first. With an RC, you don't have to worry about it, right? Because the last list to be freed will free the value, which is one of the use cases of an RC, right? Okay, so that gives us a pending value. So we have a dynamic map that is pending. Which gives you even more disjoint ownership. True, but at that point you don't care about the ownership, right? I mean, you care, but there is something else that has the ownership. I mean, arguably you could have the same thing with an RC ref cell option, right? For that. But then, I don't know, why reinvent weak in a worse way? And how much of an overhead are we even talking about here? Like when it becomes an overhead, that's a pending value, and that's a hash. You know what? We can have a dyne map. I mean, we have a dyne list, so let's have a dyne map then. I don't know if that's gonna help us, but and we have this just because we don't want to copy the map. But doesn't the map have a lifetime? So this could just be a reference. All right, I'm sure there's a reason why this wasn't implemented like this in the first place, but now I'm curious to see where this goes. So you have a lifetime, so that's a hash map of some kind. I don't remember what it was. What do you want? Well, now we can actually return a length here. I don't know about the dyne map. We'll come back to you later. There's nothing to be dealt with there. And now we need to figure out what it is that's actually going in there. By walking back to here. Oh. No. Okay. But why is this not a borrow? Why is this not like this? Well, we're about to find out why shortly. Oh shit. Yeah, that's why. Right. That's why map does not have a value. Because it would be a map of value expressions and we would have to resolve all of them into value kind. And we're not doing that. But the dyn one we can definitely do, right? Couldn't we? That's just a pending value. What are you griping about, you shit? Oh, I deleted the wrong one. There we go. Okay. Oh, no. Silly me. All right. Yeah, those are fine. If it is a map, then we just say that it is a map there. But this one should be fine. Aren't you pending? Yeah, you can just copy the pending values. Copy type. Borrows are dumb. That's all. I'm just gonna take this and just add to our quotes then, shall I? Man. Okay, so this shouldn't really affect anything there, but is what about the truthiness? I don't think we have an is empty on the map, but we could generate that on the map, couldn't we? Yeah, because it's just a hash map, right? There is an empty, no, that generates an empty one. There is an empty there. All right, so let's follow this then. Okay. Oof. Hmm. Why is there not 2 ref on that one? Oh, that's for map T, not value map T. Okay. Yeah, that's awkward. Fine. You're all right. So this is for the map itself. Okay. Interesting. But this one should just return false anyway. So let's hope this doesn't work now. It doesn't. Oh shit. Yeah, that's a problem. So how should this work for derive? Good work here. No. See, this is the problem you're seeing. Okay, you think this is your problem, but I made it my problem by just stealing it, right? Okay, so can you check the length on this? Can you check if this is empty? Yes, thank you. I did. I didn't even remember writing it. We have a vec for those. How would you know that? Field names. Okay. There we go. There we go. Look how good I am at this. Shit. Cannot find field names in scope. Damn it, you lied to me. But it can't find field names, so that's obviously not it. You need the foo outside of the macro. Oh, I see. Okay, hang on. Like that. And then we collect this. Okay, it's not gonna like that. There we go. Hello, Grassam, how you doing? Okay. That still didn't work. That should have returned something. But it didn't. So truthiness, or maybe the truthiness check isn't done. What it does? It is. Hello, Scott. How you doing? I'm just very involved in this. Don't take it personally. All right, so for those of you who weren't here at the beginning of the stream, let me tell you something fun, depending on your perspective. It might not be fun if you're a miserable and your mother, but we're doing a relay again, and anyone can join as long as you stream it. You don't need a microphone. Sorry, you don't need a camera, but you should have a microphone because this is entertainment more than anything. We're going to write down more about the relay, how it's going to work and what we're going to do with it. But we got sort of a vague idea going. It's going to be the Alpha Anathema relay, and the theme will be game. So who knows what that's going to turn out though, right? I will not be the first one, and everyone but the first one will get an extra 20 minutes to just plod through the code base and mess about. And we are going to do it hopefully sooner rather than later. So for anyone who's interested in joining, hop on the Discord and we'll talk. We'll set up a channel for it and we'll get some dates sorted and see what works for people. So the idea is that we make a chain of streamers, right? Someone starts, and when their hours are up, they will raid the next person, and so on and so forth, right? So you make sure your code compiles, doesn't have to do anything. Like, as long as it compiles, make sure the code compiles, you commit it, and then you raid the next person, and they will just clone your code and go from there, right? The goal is not to build beautiful software. The goal is to make a mess and have fun doing it. I don't know where in the relay I will be, but I was the first one last time, and I don't want to be the first one this time. Unlike last time, we will let all the participants watch the other people stream though. So it's not, we're not going to try to be as cloak and dagger as we did last time, where you couldn't watch the other people streaming, so you couldn't figure out what they were doing. Instead, we're just going to go nuts, right? Since when? I don't know. Ask your mom, man. She seems pretty entertained. Anyway, so we got our map. We got our state. I mean, you saw that coming. So did your mom. Anyway. But why is this thing failing? Can we get a breakpoint in here on Dyn map? I don't think we can because we had a multi-binary thing, right? Anyway, hopefully it will be fun. You can join in and I don't know. I don't know what we're gonna do with a standard map though. There's not much we can do with a standard map, right? Now I'd feel awkward if Museum was in there because I've recently just stolen his code, quite shamelessly. And I feel like if we give him a platform to yell at me on, that might make me feel a bit awkward, right? Okay, so why is this not working, you fiddlestick? This should be false and then true because it is an AnyMap, right? Yeah, we should definitely get everyone who's interested, who was there last time. I haven't seen Liminox in forever. Liminox went to China and no one heard from him again. Ominous. No, I don't know what Liminox is up to. I haven't seen Leo on Twitch for a while, but that's probably because I haven't been on Twitch for a while. I mean, I'm streaming, but I'm not watching Twitch. When I'm done, I have so much other stuff to do. Okay, can we just get this thing to work, please? We could breakpoint in here. Is that going to be sufficient? Yes, it will. Okay, so let's do that then. Let's see, where is it that we actually want the breakpoint? We want it in... Wait, why does it look like it's working? No, it's not working. Why did the message turn up? Okay, magic. No. Hang on. Oh, what the what? That's just insane. Yeah. Oh. Mm. Okay, well, I know where we can at least write the test for this. We've all been there, Scott. But there are other languages than Rust, right? Rather than rage quitting programming, Rust is a particularly complex language, right? Yeah, we don't need that. Or that. Okay, so I added something to the list that we don't need. Type ID. That's the one I'm supposed to get rid of. Okay, let's see. We need a test for this. Where are all these tests? Are they here? Okay, so in the map, do we have like an optional map in here? Yeah, optional map resolve. So this thing, does it have the changes? No. Does expression have changes? Yes, it does. Okay, so we'll do another test based on this test, which is optional map from empty to value. That's a long name. Okay, so we're supposed to get opt map key. And then if we do a value here, that should be none. We're not ready for this jazz just yet. And we're not doing that either. Okay. All right. I had to manually implement this for reasons. Okay. Okay. No value. That is no longer a map. That is a dyne map. Hmm. Huh? Value kind is not. Oh, right. Okay, I'll be with you shortly. Phone programming is a sign of anything. What does that even mean, right? Are you that you're programming on your phone or that you're programming a phone? Either way, I wholeheartedly support you not doing that. It's a PZ. Okay, so we got here where it's none, and now we want to resolve the value again. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to grab our optional map, and we're going to set this to some value. And once we've done that, we will reload the value. And then the value as a string could be hello. So now we need to do this part. And what is op map? It is an option, or okay, it's a number, right? So hello becomes 1, 2, 3. So what do we have to add to this thing? We have to make a new map. We have to insert the key and the value, and then we have to set the map. Right, we have to fix you. Right, some map. Okay, so that works. Okay. Oh no, the nerds are getting pedantic in chat. Get out of it, get out of it. Okay, so this is not quite right. Oh, right. Okay, never mind. Well, we could do the any here. I remember that one as well. But this is, you know, weird. Could replace this code here. So that has worked. We have the value reloaded. Okay, but it's not quite a map though, is it? We can try to change this to a map and see how that works. So let's do that first before we go and change what really needs changing. If we do this instead. Create an empty map. I'm gonna insert message and pin.message. Whoops, not pin.neovim. Okay, let's see what this looks like now. No. It's gonna turn up now. All right, so the same issue is there even if we use an actual map though. Keep trying until it works. That is ridiculously close to how it actually works, right? Programming is just 99% guessing. You just keep guessing more accurately over time, right? Okay, so that was not it. I couldn't find that video again, Missy. I was looking for that video. Well, I realized that you don't actually need the let binding there, and it just seems superfluous, right?
Let it be.
Okay, but why is this working? Or why isn't this working here, but it's working in the test? Oh, I see. I didn't know that, Museum. I highly doubt that, D3. Right. That is no longer relevant, however. But why is this not working then? But it's working here. The test is bloody well working. If we don't do this, the test fails. Oh, I see. That makes sense, we see. But more bloody importantly, what is going on here? This would trigger a change, which would trigger an update to the template, but it doesn't. What the actual what? It is D3. It is. Don't freak out. It's okay. We should be able to see the changes. All right. Let's do this. Wrong project, wrong window. Yeah. We only have 2 retries as well. Right. So why is this not triggering a change? I can't quote that, D3. That's just terrible. Why is the change not happening? All right, let's do this then. Let's go to the runtime. Okay. So this should now be pretty verbose. Yeah, that was a change, right? Although it's a bit hard to see it in this mess. All right, let's do this then. That's going to be super gross. No, those are all binky. We don't see the runtime. So we don't get changes? Now we should get a lot of changes. There it was. I did see it. No, that's something else. We never get any changes. Why don't we get changes for this? That means that we're not subscribing. The if statement is not subscribing to changes of the value. Okay. That sucks, but all right. Okay, let's look at this one where we manually subscribe to a change. We don't. Yes, we do. Well, sort of. There is clearly a change happening, right? If we take this out, this test won't run. Well, the test won't pass. Wow, why the shit is that happening? Oh, hang on to your sockets. No, 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 no. The expression here. That's what this... okay, so we have one index wrapping another index. We need to get rid of an index from here. This should generate changes, but I don't think it does, right? Okay, so there are changes. No. Oh, right. Okay, so that is the issue. This is not subscribing to the map's existence. And that sounds somewhat familiar. Oh, man. Wow. It's not that it's complicated. It is that it's very complicated, right? When we evaluate this expression, we're supposed to subscribe to something. So we have a resolver here. We can see what this resolves to follow this thing where the value would be subscribed to. That would be in the value expression, I think. No. The value thing in new here. Resolve the value. Okay, value thingy. Wow, does that need to be renamed? Value resolution context. There we go. Beautiful. It's only used in a handful of places. Do not worry about it. All right, so... all right, we're just going to have to follow this one on its beautiful journey into here. So let's go back to our test. Set a breakpoint there and there. And it's an index. Okay, we'll do that again because apparently I missed the breakpoint somehow. It is a dynamic map with a value. And there's a map. Oh shit. The key is going to return null, isn't it? No? What? What? So we never subscribe to the value because it's not none. What is the value then? We have this, what you guys are natting on here, actually. We have that. Uh, and we're going to call drop value here. And the reason this is okay is because self is stack allocated, right? So this is why this is fine. Wait, that's not true. I could Celestial. I don't call them anything though. Or just aggravation as a group name. Okay, so we never subscribe to the value. And this is a dynamic map. So what do we do when we resolve a pending value? And why aren't we subscribing to this value here? Right? If this is a dynamic value, have we already subscribed to that value somewhere? Yeah, but you don't want to run out of memory while you're running a program, though. So intentional memory leaks are fine. I have to go and review that code. This is subscribing to the map itself. But where do we subscribe to the value? Here? No. What the shape? This does not subscribe to the value. We are not using the sub key anywhere in here. You're not wrong, Enrico. And then I'm going to do something nice for the wife as well. But do we have a Discord thing on the bot? I don't think we do. No, we should probably get that going as well. Let me grab the link. So I can choose to join into Twitch 2K streaming beta waitlist, but I have to give them my email, but they're also sharing my email. What is your Twitch username? Why do I have to give them this information? That's kind of an insane thing to do. You're asking me to give you information you have. That's an immediate nope out from me. I know I don't need to stream in 2K, but it gives you the if it gives you the option to stream in 2K as well as where's the channel thing? If you can stream in 2K as well as 1080p, then that's pretty good. Okay. This is really confusing. I don't know where this value is actually being subscribed to. If it's a dynamic list, we're going to subscribe to the list. That makes sense. Maybe we need to do the same thing for a map. Maybe that's what's missing. Okay, so let's try that test in expression here. Okay, maybe we just fixed it. Yes. Yes, we did. Okay, so it's working now. We just got to get rid of all the crap that I added now. Okay, so we can now pin messages. All right, all that. So this works, but did we break something else now? Well, no, we're not resolving that. We're just going to make sure that changes are not empty. Can't help to think that maybe I made a mistake. We gotta finish this at some point, right? I got things in life to do. What is that? I don't know. Okay, so let's get this back in again, right? Now that we have this, we're gonna remove this. So let's go back to main UI, there you are, and then pin. Where's the pin thing? There we go. That's just gonna be a string because there's nothing else to pin. And this thing has a pin duration. Whoops. Yes, it does. All right, so let's import the import default for wait a second now. Yeah, why didn't I just use a new function there? All right, let's import this thing, import chat. It's as simple as that. And then we're going to have a tick here. I think there might even be an is 0. Is 0? There is, yeah. Like that, right? Thank you, Bonin. Right. Now that we got this going, we can just update the duration when we get a new pin. So self.pin is pin.duration. Okay, let's see if that works. Let's open up our index. We're just showing the pin there. So cool beans. Oh yeah, we didn't add the template. Okay, it's there, but I'm missing the actual message. Hello, Keeney. Yeah, sorry, I'm not following chat very well. If you guys are talking to me, just hang fire. I'll be with you shortly. So passing state pin. Pin is the message now. So in the pin aml, that's just the pin. There we go, right? There you go. Okay, so that actually works. Let's make this a little bit better. And what should we put around here? We can put the foreground to be something more red, less green, and maybe a bit more blue. Oops. Wait, why did that fail? Yeah, that's there. Why did the connection fail? Where's the text? All right, hang on. Where is the ruddy text? How is this failing? Oh, right. Oh my goodness. Man, what a brain fart that was. Right. Okay. We could make the the text foreground something else, right? What does that look like? It's a bit too dull. Let's make it more... Actually, let's bump these to that. Okay. There is definitely a delay doing this. It takes 1 second. And I'm guessing that's... No, that shouldn't be for the retry. Okay, so that works. That was a good use of 4 hours, right? My life. Okay, so that allows us to send messages in there. Now we can build all the other stuff, right? If you want to build an AFK timer into this, that should just be another command, right? Let's make a new template. afk.aml. Text, I am AFK. Then we have to deal with the... Let's add an AFK to this thing as well, right? Well, that's timer, right? How you doing, Temporis? So we solved this only to not use it. But the point is, it should be possible to use it. That's why. We can make a timer in our... we can make a timer like this, right? It has a duration, and let's import the timer. So we can do duration dot as seconds. Oh, can you split durations in Rust into hours, minutes, and seconds? Or do I have to do this myself? Abs diff? No. Ugh. I'm gonna have to write this out myself, aren't I? So we start off with total seconds, then we have to divide, blah, 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 right? Okay, fine. So that's gonna be duration seconds, and minutes is gonna be total divided by 60, and seconds is gonna be minutes times 60. Total minus minutes times 60. Okay, it wasn't that much to write, but yeah. Right. I don't think we're ever gonna use hours in there, so that's fun. Maybe we do. Yeah, let's do have hours in there. 60, and then minutes is gonna be No, we do minutes, and then we do hours is minutes modulo 60, right? That will give us the total number of hours, and then the actual minutes would be our hours times 60. Total minutes minus hours times 60, right? And then the number of seconds is gonna be, this is correct still. So let's return a tuple of U32s. All right, so chat has timer. Do we want multiple timers in there? I don't think so, but I kind of want that now. Well, then we make something. Okay, come on. This is getting too stupid. Obviously, we're going to have timers. There we go, right? One is enough for everyone. But what if we want to do like an AFK, but we want to have like a long running timer as well? I should do a subathon given that my stupid house is ruining me. But we don't have to worry about that now. Okay, so that's it. Now on tick, we'll just update the timers. There we go, right? So self dot duration. Ah, the duration. All right, so we can take all the timers, and I don't know what we do with the timer, if it can expire or not, right? Because there's not a point in having the timer there. We could have like a residual timer or whatever, right? We're probably gonna end up adding something like that. But yeah. Now we have to map the timers into the interface somehow, but at least we can make timers now. No, I don't want to go there. Phone. Thank you. Don't be a dingus. Okay, so if we do get a timer message, then set the timers.push or new timer. Like so. Yeah, relay. That's funny. We're hitting all the relevant ones here now, right? All right, so we're gonna have the option to stop a timer. We could easily make an option to pause a timer as well, but that would be remove. Like that. Do we have a message on there? Yeah, apparently we do. I don't think we should have that there. We kind of need to have something there. Actually, let's do that. All right, so let's match the timer. Maybe that should hold a message then. Easy. New timer. Message. This is all very simple now. But now we have to map this to our... We have to map this into our user interface somehow. We could just make this into states. Couldn't we? Okay, so let's have a tick function that instead gives us a mutable reference to a UI that is a value list string. That's kind of insane to do it this way. That is a very insane thing to do. So that's why we're going to do that. Then we need to have this on our state. Huh? Oh, right. This is kind of gross. Especially since we could just give it up like a pending value pointing to the timers, but we'll do it anyway now just because. So let's make this actually do something with them. So we're gonna push a timer. We'll do timer dot time. Let's make it a time string. No, let's not make it a time string. We're going to put something here that we write into. We're going to have to allocate a string either way, but we want to avoid allocating two strings. So we can do that. Like that, and then we'll do push back the time string, right? Yeah. Note that we don't do padding right now on the numbers. Oh, really? Okay. Since we want to do padding on this thing, I think that is that it's :0 less than 5. So it's :0 less than 2. Whoops. Oh yeah. I think that's how we do it. Can't write to a string. Why not? Right, but we're not savages, so we don't do that. All right, so we can write write time. There we go. Okay, that's it, right? Since everything is kind of ordered, we can just do an enumerate here. I think that should work. And then we can just unwrap that. Now that's a value, or is it unique at this point? So we should do timer dot write time to this. Do we have to do this? I think maybe we do. Yeah, we do. Welcome back again, Tempors. How you doing? All right, so this was a whole bunch of hoopla so we can have timers in there. But now we don't actually do anything with the timers. So did we add an AFK thing? We're going to change you. And that breaks that one for obvious reasons. That's okay, because the other stuff doesn't break. And there we go, right? Let's look at the index, and after our overflow, I wonder if we can put an expand here. Yeah, we can. And then we add the timers here. Do I not have that in there? No? Okay. Timers. Pinned message. Chat. Or timer in state of timers. Timer. Timer. Bosh. No, it will be an agreed upon again. It will be something like a. It will be something like a. I think we said Anathema Alpha Relay with the theme being game. Okay. So we have the timer in there now, and now we just have to be able to create the timer. What does this look like, right? Instead of saying I am AFK, we're gonna say, let's make an H stack here. We're gonna have the text with the timer string in it. So we need time and message from the timer. So that's not right then, what I had. Yeah, why not? So let's have a struct time here. That is a state that has a value, that has a time, string, and a message. Easy. Is that even possible? Don't be like that. Obviously it's possible. People were making games in the terminal before you were born, mate. Come on, man. All right, so we're not gonna have a bunch of timers as strings. Instead, we're gonna have a bunch of time, which now has to be public for this to work. And then this will be from the UI time. Okay. Okay. Easy. All right. Instead of making a time string, we're going to make a UI time here. There we go. No O in UI time. Oh yeah, the timer doesn't need a message here. That would be silly. So you don't get a message. Okay, there we go, right? My latest YouTube short was actually based on the comment you made about quitting Vim, but it turned out that the video wasn't very funny around that. So, which is why I changed it to the C++ joke, which everyone can enjoy. Okay, so let's see if we got some timers that we can show now. Well, we don't really have a timer. A command. Let's make a command to be able to send a timer then, right? So let's go to CLI. Timer. Timer, please. Which is very much like a pin, if you look at it, right? Is this here? No, where are you? Are you public? Yeah, you are. Why can't you be more like your brother? Oof. That's almost too harsh, man. Ooh. Why does timer command not exist? It's in the timer. Oh. And that needs a message and a duration. Okay. I'm not renaming that in the UI. No variant or whatever found. I mean, what are you talking about? It's right there. Wait, why is it's an enum? That's gonna be a little bit tedious, but look at me, look at me. Can you see? I don't care. Never mind. Shh. Hey, that looks like Rust machine, especially with a question mark. Go to your room now. All right, let's try to send a timer thing. I mean, technically, we don't need that. Yeah, so this thing clears out the socket, which isn't great. I don't know how that actually, why it does. Okay, we'll get back to that one, right? Okay, so let's do this, and then we want, okay, there's only pin. We want more than pin for our sins. I pin, therefore I am. We have a timer. Why? Oh, right. That's why. Cargo run bin. Right? Okay, and then we don't say pin. We get timer. And we get time. 10. And then we get message. Counting on you. Whoops. There's some panic in there. I don't know what happened. But it happened. Money laundering. Okay, so we send the timer. That's fine. And then we go to our UI where we receive the timer. Okay. Is this what's causing it? No, Tokyo runtime worker, input 19. Oh, right. Shh. Shh. You see nothing. We didn't actually send a timer, right? Look at that. That's all we had to do to actually send timers across the network into the future. Okay, maybe not the future part, but... Alright, I don't actually know what happened there, but let's try that again without the UI being broken. Alright, nothing's happening. Okay, then we have to look in here. Okay, we have the timer here. And what does the timer ammo look like? Okay. Yeah, there's our timer. But... attributes.time.time. And then attributes.timer.message. Yeah. Okay. But oh, that's a naughty one. All right, hang on. We'll see if this works at all with just one timer. Yeah, why? That's not right. What did I say? 10? Right. Okay. We'll make it disappear eventually, but should it be the other way around? If we want it on the other side? Yeah, so it's gonna be :02, not anything else. There we go. Silly me. Okay, let's set it to 12. Okay, that's fine. Let's make another one. Set that to 12. Okay, that's when it breaks. Why do you break? In the tree, 397. Oh shit, where it can't insert for some reason. Thank you for the resub, by the way, Scott. Sorry, I missed that because I'm, simple. But we get sub alerts into here as well. I should keep that open. Okay. Can I? If I monitor this, will that go out? Yeah, well. Oh, boo. All right, I don't know how to fix this, but we'll get there. All right, so this thing breaks if I insert 2 timers. Why? Does it do it if I do it twice in a row? Yeah. Oh, why are you breaking? Huh? Why are you breaking like this? You're making me look bad in front of the other programmers. Stop doing it. Stop doing it. You're ruining it. All right. So apparently, when it comes to inserting, okay, let's do something different. Let's just do this. Text timer dot message. Mensaje no. And it still breaks. Why can't we do the insert? This seems like an actual serious issue. At least we know it's not a... yeah, I know what we know. And this thing shouldn't be... Wait, insert? Insert? What? Why is it inserting? We're pushing. Why would the tree do an insert then? I am confused. That was dumb. I'll insert you in the middle of a vac. This does a push here. But this does an insert, so we're almost there. That is a vac. DQ. Yes. All right then, that's not the problem. My head hurts and that's your problem. But why is it the insert that is breaking? There shouldn't be a problem inserting values into the tree. What does this do? Awful debug, where are you? Yeah, I was building a drag and drop thing, but that has to wait now. Why is there an awful debug in any of this? Oh, right. That's why. Eep. Right, but we weren't dealing with that now. We just want to deal with inserting values into a list. That should not be a problem. Okay, let's make a struct here called a timer that derives from state. And it's going to have a message. which is the value string. And that's all we need. I don't need English lessons from you, mates. I know perfectly well how to speak. Yeah. All right, so let's say that the state has timers. Value list timer. Okay. Okay. Timers is an empty list. Into. Okay. Okay. Now on tick, we have to set the frame rate a little bit lower, a little bit milder, because we need a tick here to be producing new messages, and we don't want that to happen 30 times per second. So state.timers.push back timer message string new into. Wait, that's not quite what we're doing though, is it? All right, let's get rid of all of this thing, and then we're going to do a vertical stack and say for t in state timers text t. I think there's something else in there. T.message, right? Fine. That is definitely an error. Well, that was easy enough to reproduce. Why you like this? If I run it a few more times, maybe it won't break. Wait, why can't I do this anymore? This is the second time this happens. Have they changed the name of the panic function in Rust? All right. Well, well, well. If it wasn't Mr. Rust, what can I get access to? All these things. Components. Store. Tree. 397. Nope, the first one breaks. Okay, let's run that again. Run it back. Why is this thing failing? Okay, let's see what happens if we change this to just a string. I hope you break. Yes, you do. No, different issue. Fiddlesticks. There's one thing that we done recently. And when we resolve an index, there are filthy unwraps here, but that's not the issue. Here. Is this the issue? Then I will be a little bit saddened. Okay, it's not. So that's good. So that was not the issue. Wait, that's the map though. Yeah, that one shouldn't be an issue. Oh yeah, hang on. This will... Oh, this is us. Shoe biscuit. All right, we can't do this because it's going to trigger a change to the map even when something that doesn't care about the map. We'll come back to this thing. I just don't know why this one isn't causing it to subscribe to it. Yeah, that's dubious at best. I think we're going to comment that out for a hot minute here and just run this back and see what happens when we do this instead. Yeah. So that's the issue. That's one issue. Break. Yes. Lovely. Thank you. So we can't do that. What else have we done then? We being you somehow is responsible for this. We should see a new timer every second. Yeah. But what happens when we get rid of this then? Why is the string thing causing this to be a different issue? Say what now? All right. Yeah, that was never gonna work. Okay, so resolving expression 378. It's all in here. This should return null eventually. Why? What is the value that you're resolving? A pending value. Well, this doesn't make me any less hungry, so I think we're gonna cap it here for now, but we almost... I'll come and fix this tomorrow. I'll be around tonight for those of you who want to talk about the relay on the stream. Relay following this stream. Let's rebuild the bot. Let's see if the Discord command works. Yes, there you go. I will set up a channel for this as well on the Discord. We have one from the old one, but let's make a new one. Where's the programming thing? Code relay. Let's make another one. I'm going to call this thing something else. We shall call this thing for Anathema Alpha Relay. Create channel. Let's discuss the next relay. There we go, right? So Anathema Alpha Relay on the Discord, if you're interested, if you want to join, it'll be fun. I can't guarantee that. Oh, this could be shit. And you could have a terrible time. But that's okay. I'm going to go now and make and eat food. And tomorrow, is it? No, tomorrow. Okay, I won't be streaming them maybe. I will try to fix this issue. Maybe I'll do that on Monday then. And once that's done, hopefully this will make sense. Anyway, so we had a lot of raids today. Should we raid someone back? Who do you guys think we should raid? We can raid Spayers back, right? Let's raid. There we go. It's been good, it's been productive and boring to watch, I'm sure, but at least you did something with your day. I'll figure out why this isn't working, and hopefully I can figure out what to do next with the stuff for the issues with the maps and stuff. Anyway, you guys have been great. Thank you for hanging out, and I'll see you guys in my next stream. Bye for now.
Balatro!